पूरा सॉफ्टवेयर जो भी कॉलेज यूज़ कर रहा है पूरा लाइसेंस वर्जन रहना, एक भी पायरेटेड नहीं रहना।
यस
तभी आपका एजुकेशन का इंस्टीट्यूशन का वैल्यू पता चलता है। डब्बा कॉलेज पायरेटेड यूज़ करता है,
हाँ
स्टैंडर्ड कॉलेज लाइसेंस यूज़ करता है।
यस Share the screen. It's difficult for you to share the screen. You're not getting that.
Actually, yesterday it was not supporting that page. Now it's everything set.
Everything is set. These are set.
No, it's set.
Share the screen. It's difficult for you to share the screen. You're not getting that.
Actually, yesterday it was not supporting that page. Now it's everything set.
Everything is set. These are set.
No, it's set.
Share the screen. It's difficult for you to share the screen. You're not getting that.
Actually, yesterday it was not supporting that page. Now it's everything set.
Everything is set. These are set.
No, it's set.
Share the screen. It's difficult for you to share the screen. You're not getting that.
Actually, yesterday it was not supporting that page. Now it's everything set.
Everything is set. These are set.
No, it's set.
Share the screen. It's difficult for you to share the screen. You're not getting that.
Actually, yesterday it was not supporting that page. Now it's everything set.
Everything is set. These are set.
No, it's set.
Share the screen. It's difficult for you to share the screen. You're not getting that.
Actually, yesterday it was not supporting that page. Now it's everything set.
These are set.
No, it's set.
Share the screen. It's difficult for you to share the screen. You're not getting that.
Actually, yesterday it was not supporting that page. Now it's everything set.
These are set.
No, it's set.
Share the screen. 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 Share the screen.
A very good morning and a very warm present to distinguished dignitaries, faculty members, our fellow students who are 3-day faculty development program on research methodology. Collaboration with ICSSR SRC organized by Government State Karnataka. A very important faculty development program which has research methodologies our faculty members, faculty scholars, and academic research methodology. Now, I will read ICSSR Abdullah and Sridhar welcome our listeners to the Clarity program which has research methodologies our faculty members, faculty scholars, and academic research methodology. Now, I will read ICSSR Abdullah and Sridhar welcome our listeners to the Clarity program which has research methodologies our faculty members, faculty scholars, and academic research methodology. Now, I will read ICSSR Abdullah and Sridhar welcome our listeners to the Clarity program which has research methodologies our faculty members, faculty scholars, and academic research methodology. Now, I will read ICSSR Abdullah and Sridhar welcome our listeners to the Clarity program which has research methodologies he possesses 8 years of extensive experience scholars and academic education and research. Now, I will Thank you.
don't have time, then we can get a time. But unnecessarily, AI is automatically, we thought it like it's a reduce our time. No. They are make it as a lazy. Because we are not thinking. We are not thinking. Because once I prepare a table, because table also I am not preparing. When I am doing my PhD in 2008 and 2009, I am using everything in Excel. Then we use SPSS, some part. Somewhere we use SPSS. But now what we are supposed to do? We are using different kind of tools and techniques. Even results also I can manipulate. That we can find in the critical analysis. Because reviewing is the most toughest task, because the unknown person reviewing is the known subject. The last we just look into here is like paper, the proper citations, because you are referencing. Most of the time, the cross citations and all for referencing purpose, we need to know for that whether relevant of a paper or not. Most of the cases, they are failing that area. Irrelevant references. If the manuscript is having irrelevant references, the reviewer may supposed to get some kind of an ambiguity. Every stage, they try to find the quality. If the references which is nowhere related to the paper, then we suspect of my judgment. I'll start with, again we started with the abstract. If the reference, whatever we coded that is relevant to your review of literature, references are related to your methodology, then there is no issue with that. But these are all not related to the paper, then we start thinking myself, really we reviewed the right dimension or not. Because myself I has reviewed 3 or 4 times before I go for a final decision. Then I decided for that, okay, this paper is not. Because rejection rate will come only by the quality. I cannot reject because I am not a decision maker. I just give you for that, I will give some kind of blind comments and bold comments. What is the comment means? Everywhere I get some corrections. Sometimes I will give suggestions in the methodology also. Because methodology we cannot give the corrections. That's what actually I am learning from my teacher. Methodology which is decided by whom? Researcher is decided. But who the hell are you to decide for that? What methodology you are supposed to be to use? We give a comment. Your methodology is no way concerned to your objective. Why don't you use this methodology? Give some justification. I suggested these methodologies are more appropriate because review system is gradually changing their boundaries. That is not actually a right practice. But due to the certain reasons, we cross our line. Next. These are the things, maybe these are the things which is definitely it is a part of your paper. Without these things which is never part of your paper, like title is there, your abstract is there, keywords definitely there after abstract, your IMRAD like introduction, methods and results and discussions. This is definitely is a more sound in your research, your conclusions and your acknowledgements. Like as Madam said, like how you can suppose to be distributing among all the 6 others. I'll give my conflict of interest and the contributions of my papers, references and the supplementary data. Every paper which is definitely there is all the heads. But that may possible only by the journals. Because every journal, their importance are supposed to be to change. Some may supposed to be to asking separate review of literature. But now the scenario is changed. Review of literature, which is a part and part of introduction only. That's the reason we give a highest volume of things like 2,500 words per the introduction. Because review of literature itself is a part. Automatically we clearly stated as per that what actually you introduce. Introduction of a topic, which is relevant to your title. Here all the articles are related to title. It is not like a thesis. In thesis, which you can go for endless. But your review of literature must be connected with it, because thus we can call it the SLR, systematic literature review. We ask most of the time the scholars, systematic literature review. Consumer behavior, take an example, what is generally consumer behavior? Consumer may not behaving every time in a similar level. While I am purchasing electronic products, my consumer behavior is different. While I am purchasing tomatoes, my consumer behavior is different. I cannot match with this consumer behaviors. But wherever I find a keyword called the consumer behavior, which is a part of my review of literature. How it is supposed to be possible? So then we change the things like introduction and the review of literature, the common platforms. Then it is mapped to your title. Then it is automatically we reduce the duplicateness, or it is reduce the stress of a researcher. Because now I am confined only the consumer behavior of the respective thing. If I am knowing the consumer behavior of a respective product, I know only my review of literature. I am confined only the review of literature of a content topic. I am not deviating with my consumer behavior. That's what actually we are looking for in things. This structure, more or less, which is common to every journal, but subject to the wording is different. The weightages are changed. Sometimes your conclusion, which is a part of a discussions. Sometimes your results are more vibrant. Discussions are nominal aspect. Sometimes they may be much focusing on your methodology. Suppose take an example like econometrics. In finance we are using econometrics. In econometrics they are much focusing on the equations. If the equations are presented in the right dimension, your paper acceptance rate is very high. You are using econometrics title, but you are not presenting the equations. How I believe that you are likely to get the things or not. Then we are asking for the supplementary documents, the last one, supported documents, because we just cross-verifying your data. We are asking from raw data, or you can provide the source. If you provided the source, we calculated our own system. We just want to know for that, depending upon the topic, your structure is changed. That's the reason you find your right journal. If you find the right journal, the structure will definitely they give in other guidelines. In other guidelines, you can just verify that it's really true or not. Next. Annexes. I'll tell you a simple example. Like, and recently there is one paper I reviewed like in investor behavior in cryptocurrencies. Generally, we don't know who is actually using or part of a cryptocurrency. They never disclose. And they are not paying the taxes if they get the gain. That is completely by the other side of a coin. Investor behavior. They stated as that will consider the one of the best journal. How they are accepted, we don't know. We have a suspicious aspect. There is one question I just posted in my edit. Like, how he find the respondent? Because there is a primary data. How he find the respondent? In investor behavior towards mutual funds, I can find everyone has investing in mutual funds. I'll just go to AMP office, or I'll just go to some of the AMCs, I can find the list, or some of the workings in banks, I can find the mutual fund investors. But how I find like the cryptocurrency investors? He did a wonderful data analysis. I'm not suspect or I'm not checking the integrity of a data analysis. I'm just checking only who is your respondent. How to find your respondent, because it's very difficult. Cryptocurrency data never disclosed anywhere else in public domain. How he got the things? Then others said, because editorial board members, they said only one thing like that we check with the remaining all. Here the question which is comes under the integrity. I just stated only one thing for that. Give a brief description about the respondents and the methodology. Sir, not even a software, sir. I know because I did 100 projects. No,
These scanning all are also there doing all these things.
Ma'am, whatever you are going to do is an okay. But the thing is, once your paper is published and it is indexed in Scopus, then it becomes your research topic. If you are approved here, then it is become the PhD topic of someone else. The research. 3 years time, a researcher can spend the same, because he said like there is a one person already completed his paper and it is published in a renowned journal and it is reviewed by not like you, some renowned professors. So the experts in the respective area all are accepted, only you are not accepting. Why we are not accepting? We are not accepting, we are not rejecting. We said like supplementary information. That is the supplementary information. So this is an actually publication in ethics. Generally, before we are going to submit our paper, we need to follow some ethics. Generally, there are two kind of things. One is policy and second one is the practice. Hope you understand there is a differentiation between the policy and practice. Policy is imposed. They are imposed forcefully. But practice, by virtue, we are just making as a voluntary. But research practices are always concerned with the practices. Due to the conditions, due to the researchers, then it's become a policy. Plagiarism is a practice. Now it has become a policy. Less than 10%. Some of the journals they were concerned only 5%. So we need to understand like what kind of a disputes we have. Like the first one is like an authorship disputes, like misrepresentation about things. Because some of the conditions like others apparently they said it like don't include my name in your paper. Some of the things like the paper belongs to me, but they are wrongly taken my paper, or wrongly coded my name, or removing my name. These are some kind of things. There is another dispute. We try to minimize the things like that. Second one is like a conflict of an interest. So generally, the competing interest is like whatever the things we are supposed to be do, like the other's position and the other's contributions. The other's contribution must be recognized in your acknowledgements. Now, in most of the quality journals, they clearly asking the conflict of interest and the other's contribution. We mentioned like no other conflicts, and the other conflicts in a particular problem we mentioned as a no. Differently, we give a description what is your contribution. Out of 6 others, we give a contribution. If you are not disclosing your other's contribution, the editorial board not going beyond that particular level, because they stop their process in there. Because after that, we give a license, copyrights. But the editorial board will face the legal complexity. That is actually the scenario we need to. So plagiarism. So definitely the plagiarism is one of the key parameters for that. As we said earlier, like now the plagiarism is not an issue for us. AI is an issue for us. Not 100%, sir. We are using Turnitin, Authenticate, Dilbit, whatnot. But still we find the AI. Because AI not detected software we have.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we'll have a short break for tea, and it will be succeeded by one more program by Dr. Vivek Modi, who will be dealing on stress management, which is very, very important. All the researchers, I think, by now you are in stress. Now you have to manage stress. So for that we have one separate session by Dr. Vivek Modi. He is very busy person, and because Bhavans Vivekananda College has requested, even in his busy schedule he has accepted, and Kamala Madam also spoke to him. So nice of him, and we will have a short break, and immediately we will join for the program. Thank you.
I hope all the participants who have come from other colleges, I hope you all have checked the details and registration paper. Am I right? Are there anyone who missed it? All those participants who have come, I hope you all have checked your registration details in the A4 size sheet. Yes? You didn't, sir? Yeah. So, Sridevi ma'am will just come. Please give the correct details which are there. And those who have missed, please, enter the data if at all you have missed it. And please join back within 10-15 minutes. 15 minutes exactly. Please join back.
One more interesting thing is post lunch also we have session, and that is going to be very, very interesting, and I wish you all participate. At the same time, be there till the end of the program for the success of the program, and you are the key for the success of the program. Thank you.
E. Raghava, sir. E. Raghava, please. The details are missing. All MCOM students also, Kaushalya, you also give the details about registration. And MCOM students, you all also please give the details to Sridevi ma'am.
कोई टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम हो गया सर मैम को
लेकिन आज कुछ भी नहीं सुनाई कल कुछ भी नहीं सुनाई
I'll ask your legs. I'll ask your leg number of legs. What is the strength? You have also, at least I was not belonging to the teacher. Recently, okay, second ఆవిడన్నిటికీ ఒకేసారి దండం పెడతారు ఆ దండం చాలా ఇష్టం because we have this only 200. What is the publication section is what is once you are paying almost 40% of number multiplied with the number of registrations. One time you are paying is 100. Just asking that year of So then we need to go for that multiple times. The number of times that we need to make it as more. We are coming to the picture, write a methodology. The others might the person they ask is how you are going to justify this. Financial inclusion is distributed like a geography, distributed like a distance, distributed like financial legacy. And financial inclusion program is financial once it is complete, then you can do social publication. I hunt you like it. Because once you complete your publication, then what you have two things. One is your submission, and second one is the distribution. It's not actually very now.
Hello. Hello.
management level is able to do that management is because we ask if someone is not institutional that's not like a You are just a business. Only one.
Very good afternoon, everybody. The resource person has arrived. I request everybody to occupy your places. Those who are having tea outside, please join in the hall so that we can commence our program.
A small reminder to all of you before we start the next session. I request everyone to please check your registration details, which is with me right now. And if anyone has missed out to write your registration, please come to me. I'm here at the back side. Thank you.
The greatest weapon against stress is our ability to choose one thought over another, as quoted William James. Very good afternoon, everyone, and warm welcome to distinguished dignitaries, faculty members, or fellow students to the third day of three-day faculty development program on research methodology in collaboration with ICCSR SRC, organized by the Commerce Department of Bhavan's Vivekananda College. The aim of this faculty development program is to enhance the research skills and methodological expertise among faculty members, research scholars, academicians. The topic for the 8th technical session is stress management, and the resource person for the session is Dr. Vivek Modi sir. Now, to officially begin the technical session 8, I would like to introduce an exceptional resource person, Dr. Modi sir. Coming to the profile, Dr. Modi sir is a professional speaker and wellness educator. Sir has about 15 years of experience in mentoring, guiding individuals towards personal and professional excellence. Sir is a renowned professional speaker and wellness educator, currently mentoring senior professionals worldwide. Sir also conducts popular online courses on public speaking and other essential skills. Sir holds an MBBS degree and postgraduate diploma in administration with about 6 years of experience as a hospital administration and COO in reputed corporate organization. Sir brings valuable insights into professional growth and wellness. Sir is certified as a trainer by the world-renowned Dale Carnegie Training. Is also a visiting faculty at many reputed organizations. His YouTube channel, where he shares valuable information, has over 1.6 lakh subscribers and continues to grow rapidly. Sir research and programs focus on holistic development and wellness for personal professional excellence, stress management and time discipline, helping individuals, organizations reach their true potential. Sir strongly believes that success comes from not just from knowledge but from the ability to implement effectively. I would now request Anuradha ma'am to welcome our resource person with a potted plant. Welcome, sir. And time discipline, helping individuals, organizations reach their true potential. Sir strongly believes that success comes from not just from knowledge but from the ability to implement effectively. I will now request Anuradha ma'am to welcome our resource person with a potted plant. Welcome, sir. And time discipline, helping individuals, organizations reach their true potential. Sir strongly believes that. May I now request Dr. Modi sir to start the technical session. The stage is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for kind introduction. I see many familiar faces, so it's a pleasant feeling to be here. all the distinguished faculty members, here offline and online. We are going to discuss about stress management. Let's not make it stressful. Stress management means we have an inherent assumption that stress will be there. It cannot be removed. It can only be managed. We are going to discuss about stress management. Now, one simple principle we need to understand is stress management. Our ability to define the challenge correctly increases the possibility of dealing with the challenge in a better way. I am not going to take stress management session as an academic perspective. There are a lot of technical things I can speak, but we have just about 60 minutes. I would be taking a very non-academic, practical kind of session, which I feel would bring a perspective shift in your thoughts. Not knowledge. I don't think I can give you knowledge. There is enough available nowadays. In fact, more than what we need is available. What we require is drashti, perspective. How do we look at things? If our perspective shifts, our ability to deal with many things automatically shifts. Not knowledge. I don't think I can. So let's try to understand what's the scenario presently. More than what we need is available. There are three predominant trends I see in current times, and I would like your indulgence into suggesting that whether I am correct in my assessment or not. Three things what we see in current world. First one is fast pace of change. There are fast pace of change. Things are changing faster than ever. Trends I see. Now I don't think I need to give much examples, but if you just see how long does it take now for vaccine development? It takes few months, which could take at least 15 years for getting a decent vaccine. The food what we eat today, it comes from those hybrid plants which yield very fast, not their natural cycles. The kind of things what you need to do in order to start a business, get into your career, to shop something, to purchase something, you see how long does it take. I remember I recently got into my new home. One night before the puja, night about 12, I realized that there is something I need to get. There is no time now, and it's 12. I go on this quick commerce platform, I order it, and by 12:30 it's at my home. Now, how fast we can do things, that is amazingly changed. So that is first characteristic of current world. The second characteristic of current world is it provides us so many choices, multitude of choices. We have more options available today than earlier days. Even if you go in a small town, in a restaurant, the menu cards have become longer. When I was a kid, I am born and brought up in a small town in Rajasthan. We didn't see menu cards. Whatever was available, we ate. But today, more options available. Career choices. Those days it used to be doctor, engineer, commerce, or arts. And then, depending on how good you are in your academics, some other choices. Today in engineering itself, there are dozens of options. So, in every area of life, we see more choices, more options. If you have to just download a calendar app in your phone, you will have dozens of options, probably hundreds. Just a vocabulary app, English app, anything. It gives you a plethora of choices. So that is the second characteristic of current world. The third characteristic of current world is it overloads us with information. We are consuming data much more than what we consumed just a few years back. English app, anything. In fact, there were many such studies where it was told that the data which every 1 hour of content which you consume, there is more than a couple of years of content created. That means even if we keep watching everything on social media platforms, etc., continuously throughout our life, we would never be able to consume what is being generated. In India, we have the cheapest data in the world. And in India too, in Hyderabad, it is cheapest in India. So we are consuming a lot of data, that is a lot of information. Everything. Now what happens when we have these three trends? When we live in a world which is changing very fast, which gives you so many choices, and which overloads you with information. What happens to you psychologically when you live in such a world? So what happens when you are living in a fast changing world? Your expectation of getting results changes. You want fruits before even the roots develop. And this is a trend you would see, lack of patience. Our patience teacher live in such a world. There are so many opportunities, career opportunities. You tell your student, I have a excellent advice for you and you will make really good career. You need to just do this. It's not at all difficult. There is not much competition and it is really good choice. But you tell in the end, you just need 3 years of investment. The moment you say 3 years, 80% of them vanish. 3 years, 3 साल कौन wait करेगा? I want quick success, quick money, quick progress. So it is really good choice. Our challenge of impatience is showing up in our daily life. You see increased road rashes. People, there are murders just on parking lot disputes. And this we see in our life, and this we also see in people around. So in your students, in your colleagues, in general, in world, you will see people are less and less patient about doing things in our daily life. Second thing, when we live in a world where there are so many options, so many choices, what happens? Okay, first, before that, let me ask you, how many of you think having more options is a good thing? So in your students, in your colleagues, in general, in world, you will see people are sometimes good.
Not every time. We get confused with so many choices.
Second thing, so if I give you a choice, live in a world where options are less versus live in a world where options are more. Which world?
Easy to go with less options.
Okay, how many of you would like to go with lesser options? Lesser options. So sir, lunch के अंदर सिर्फ चावल दाल और कुछ नहीं. Okay, how many of you would like to go with lesser options? Although we think lesser option might be good, but this is coming with certain experiences. In general, having more action is a good thing because it gives you choice. It gives you a sense of freedom. See, I like idli, I'll have idli. I like dosa, I'll have dosa. Whatever I like, I'll have it. So, as long as I have the discipline and maturity and understanding of what do I want. Problem तब होता है जब इडली ऑर्डर कर दिया है, इडली खाना शुरू किया है, you are liking the idli, but now your eyes are on somebody's puri. ये पूरी अच्छा दिख रहा है. तब टेंशन क्या होता है? Now idli doesn't taste as good as it was. So that confusion, I agree to it. The confusion is the another trend. This is a psychological impact on us, where we become confused, and confusion leads to indecisiveness. We are not able to make a choice, not able to say yes or no. The second tendency, what it creates is casualness. What is that? ये नहीं हुआ तो कोई बात नहीं. 10 options, and this thought comes, we become casual about things. So you would see people are becoming more and more casual about some of the very important things in their life. The second tendency, what it creates is, means my parents are not happy with me. For a moment, I can forget it. But why so many people have not liked my Instagram post? That is bothering me. So you see, it can happen in today's world because we tend to see there are so many platforms of investing our focus. So everything becomes casual. I was talking to some of the college principals, and they told one interesting trend. That in our college we have a really good library with all the journals, all the equipments, latest technology systems, computer systems, everything. But we hardly see students come here. That means there are lots of resources available. I remember I spent my final year of MBBS entirely in library, literally. And today libraries are there, books are there, but students are not. Not just this, there are students who are not appearing in the interviews for which they have applied. So some companies which come to campus for taking interviews, these students have applied that I want to get a job, but on the day of interview they are so casual. आज थोड़ा late उठा नहीं आया. I mean, can you imagine the kind of casualness we see? And this is also visible in relationships. The interviews increased divorces. All these things are quite visible in relationships. So that's a second psychological impact. We are becoming more casual and more confused. Third thing, overload of information. I would like to quote here. Was it? I forgot the name of the person. Okay. The quote was, it was Herbert Simon. He says, overload of information creates poverty of attention. We are becoming more casual and more confused. Information consumes attention. Now, if you are listening to me, you cannot see your Instagram feed. So your attention is competing against Dr. Vivek Modi's speech and something else. This is what happening with our students. This is what happening with our colleagues. That our attention span is limited. Although we have 24 hours, maybe your active time is 16 hours, but even in that 16 hours, we are truly attentive only for a couple of hours. That's when you are good. Otherwise, even less. Now, what happens when you have a distracted mind? Your ability to do anything significant goes for a hit. Because I cannot stay focused on one thing for a long time. And therefore I cannot do anything substantial. Not because I am not capable. Not because I don't have the ability, I don't have the resources, I don't have the knowledge. I have that. But I don't have the discipline to stay focused. Now in these three scenarios, please understand how the roles and the psychology is shifting people around us and in all of us. We are becoming more impatient. We are becoming more confused and casual. And we are losing our focus. Now what happens with this? You see, there is an interesting thing. When you are casual, you should not be stressful actually. Isn't it? Lightly look. We say very commonly, lightly look, kya hai? It's okay. So if I'm casual, I shouldn't be stressed. But what happens when the person is casual? Lot of short-term stress he is able to navigate. Now what happens with this? But in long term it builds something. When you are casual, you should not. So I see a lot of increased incidents of panic attacks. I'm dealing with a lot of working professionals, and it's almost a common phenomena across the countries at all levels. There's so much panic attack. They'll be very okay, and they'll be fine. They will be able to deal with any stress. Okay, abhi thoda stressful hai. Let me watch some YouTube short. Let me do something else. Let me chill out, let me go for a coffee. They just do this and it's really. But over the time it builds. And then what happens? They are not able to handle it. Because that mental strength is gone. And it creates tremendous stress, panic attacks, a hit on your physical and mental body. We see a surge of metabolic related health issues. Insulin insensitivity, increased diabetes. India is called the capital of diabetes. So many people are struggling with it. And I feel in India there are so many undiagnosed, underdiagnosed diabetes. So roaming around thinking kuch nahi hoga mujhe. Just waiting for the shock of their life. I don't want to scare someone, but this is happening. So, in this scenario now, let's redefine the challenges. Because इससे पहले कि हम सोचे how to deal with stress, let's understand what is causing my stress. The simple stress could be caused when I don't have resources. मेरे पास पैसे नहीं हैं. I don't have support system, and therefore I am not able to achieve it. So that's a genuine reason to get stressed. When you are overwhelmed with so many things and you are not able to do it because you don't have a support system. This could still be a situation for in some cases, but in most cases it is not the challenge of resources, it is the challenge of discipline. It is a psychological challenge of lacking patience, having more confusion, lacking clarity, and losing your focus. Now I would like to ask, in such scenario, what do you think should be way out to deal with the stress? Because these are the three reasons which are root cause which will trigger other kind of stress. Be it in your relation, in your career, in any other, in your health, they will emanate from these things. Planned activity should be one thing which should help you. So could you elaborate what is the meaning of
We are planning to do, please lay down, then one after the other we will be able to do it at that.
So create a goal, then create a plan, and then create a system that you will follow that plan. So one means what Sanjeev sir is telling is, if I have a goal and create a plan, and if I somehow create a system that I'll stick to my plan, I'll probably be less distracted, less confused, and more patient, because I'll be able to see the road. Okay, I think very valid point. Anybody else would like to add? Yes, sir.
You have to live in the present situation and don't have to think about what is over. And of course, planning is required, but don't think much about it and live in the present situation.
Okay. So living in the present moment. Nowadays, a very popular trend is mindfulness. You must have heard about emotional intelligence. Bedrock of that is mindfulness. And one important component of mindfulness is present moment. Observing present moment non-judgmentally. Living in the present moment. And I think that could be a good savior. That I am able to stay in present rather than thinking of past. Emotional intelligence. For a moment, just imagine if one important component of mindfulness, you were just born today with this body and with this understanding, but no memory of the past. And I think that could be a good savior. That past is just a story in our head, isn't it? It's a chemical reaction in our head, and it cannot be changed as rightly suggested by some. When, let's say, I'm walking like this is my past, this is my present, that's my future, and I'm standing here. Now, when I'm thinking of past, chemical reaction in our head, I'm standing at the end of my goal. Yes, no? The journey is over. Can I change it in any way? Let's say I'm walking like even God cannot change it. It's done, it's over. That means I have no control over this. So I'm helpless. If I'm indulging in things of past beyond a point. Yes, no? Now, let's say if I'm standing here and I'm thinking of something future. What Sanjeev sir told, create a plan based on your goal. Now, do I have something in my control? Control over this. Yes, no? I have something in my control. I can create a desirable future. So I think that's a very, very good point. That if I can somehow shift from staying stuck in the past to looking forward into a desirable future, that means I have to first desire for it. I have to create a goal, and then I have to plan. So I think that's a very, very. Now I will become a devil's advocate and try to find some holes into these two theories. These two theories are very welcome. But let's say my problem is I don't know what is my goal. मैं ये भी कर सकता हूँ, वो भी कर सकता हूँ, वो भी कर सकता हूँ. I can do 5 things, and I'm not sure what to do. So if I'm not able to decide goal, how would I decide plan? These two theories are very priorities. But let's say now, how do I decide the priorities?
What is right, what is good for us?
How do I know that? Let's get deeper. I have to think. I can do 5 things. सोचने के लिए time नहीं मिलेगा. What to do? So if I am not able to decide goal, how will I decide? क्या कर सकते हैं आप बोलिए? Anyone, come on, we have to go deeper.
The most important thing is to know yourself. So you have to go inwards and understand who you are, what's your self-concept, self-efficacy. What is that you really want?
Excellent. What's your name, man?
Sir, I'm Dr. Abhilasha.
Dr. Abhilasha. I think give her a big round of applause. First thing I have to know is who am I? What do I actually want? Because world will offer me 1,000 things, and all things are contextually correct. In some or other context, they are correct. Yes or no? Becoming a doctor is not bad. Becoming an engineer is not bad. Becoming a sports person is not bad. Becoming a photographer is not bad. A YouTuber is not bad. I cannot say there are good and bad in every area. Yes or no? So I'm just looking at a career as an example, but it could be anything else. So when the world is offering everything, if I am just dependent on what is being offered, this question often comes to me. Dr. Bodhi, what should I get my son into? YouTuber is not bad. I cannot say son. No, आजकल क्या चल रहा है? किसमें स्कोप जा रहा है? You see the questions? What's in? Yes, sir.
We all know Hero Chandri. He started his career in 1970. He started acting. He had developed different dance movements and steps. but he never had a goal that I should make a world record. But over the years, now it is world record and nobody can beat from 1970 to 2005.
Wonderful. So what you are suggesting is he discovered himself when he followed his passion. Right. So let's come back to that point, that when I go inside, then I am touching upon something which is in my control. Understanding of mind, even in emotional intelligence, after the mindfulness, after the self-awareness, the first step is what? Build your self-awareness and do self-mastery. Means understand what you want. Answer the question, मुझे चाहिए क्या? And when you get a few answers, मुझे ये भी चाहिए, ये भी चाहिए, ये भी चाहिए, I want dozen things. Then ask again, why do I want it? अच्छा इसमें पैसा मिलेगा, इसमें फेम मिलेगा, इसमें ये मिलेगा, वो मिलेगा, ठीक है. Why do I want that? When we go a little deeper, and it takes some time. Definitely it takes some time. But when I go deeper, then I am starting the journey inside out. Inside out. When I was working as a CEO of a cosmetic surgery center, I had to make a choice. And I had a feeling that did you become a doctor so that you can help people in just becoming cosmetically good? And my answer, frank answer to me was no. I would probably do something else. I am doing this because it's giving me a good career, good money, okay. I had to make a choice. And then I started exploring what are the other possibilities you can look into, where you can utilize your knowledge, experience, expertise, your education, and still bring value and make a decent career. And from there, this idea of wellness education comes. And I would become one doctor who would help people to avoid the hospital method by bringing certain lifestyle modifications. So I went into that side. But this came an inside-out thing, not because I saw some motivational speaker, I saw someone, oh, I have to become like him. Fine. He can become an inspiration, but I have to take all of us have to do this. See, here, since all are in teaching profession, one bitter fact in our country is most teachers become teacher not as their first choice of becoming teacher. This is a bitter fact. I was in one of the coaching institutions for in Rajasthan, where these all UPSC exam mains cleared people have come for mock interviews, practicing interviews. So I was one of the panelists there. And I noticed a trend, almost 60 to 70% people who had cleared their mains, they were working as a teacher somewhere. So teaching profession was a stopgap arrangement. थोड़ी देर जॉब कर लेंगे, थोड़ा पढ़ाई कर लेंगे, एक आध क्लास ले लेंगे, and then ultimately तो मुझे कलेक्टर बनना है या मुझे IPS बनना है. That means what? Teaching was not a choice of passion. It just became a chance. So here I would like to bring the second point. First is, as we have discussed, internally we have to do our own analysis and figure out what do I want. Second thing, whatever I want, I need to understand this principle. That can I bring my wholehearted presence to what I want? Can I give up constipated approach? थोड़ा ये थोड़ा सर मैं यूपीएससी कर रहा हूँ लेकिन एक सेकंड ऑप्शन रखा है थोड़ा ये भी कर लूंगा अगर वो नहीं हुआ तो इन एडवांस यू अज्यूम कि चांसेस मेरा कम ही है आई एम गोइंग टू डू समथिंग एल्स एंड यू आर ट्राइंग टू गेट इनटू समथिंग लाइक यूपीएससी और आईआईटी और आईआईएम with keeping two options in mind. What are your chances? You have already reduced your chances because those are the exams where you go all or none. Either you do it or you don't do it. You don't do it in a constipated style, in a half-hearted way. There is a very established fact that a wandering mind is not happy mind. A wandering mind is means when your mind is wandering, it is thinking of more than one choices. Any moment you are sitting here, you are attending the session, but you are also thinking of lunch में क्या खाना है, or you are thinking about how was the exam of my son. Something is going in your mind. Your mind is wandering. You cannot explain this as a happy experience because your mind went here and any moment you are sitting here. There was a wonderful book written by a psychologist called Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, the Hungarian psychologist. He wrote a book called Flow. Flow is a state of mind where you get completely involved into something that you become oblivious of time. You forget time. Happy experience. I'm so involved that I forgot time. That is what? For a moment you went out of the material needs. You just became one with the purpose. And that is considered a very happy state of mind. And this is the second biggest, I'm so involved, source of our happiness. There are three sources of happiness. One is your indulgence in all kind of hedonic pleasures. Your body needs your good food, some movie, some outing, some holiday, etc., etc. You know how much happiness that can give? About 10%. इसके लिए हम 90% मेहनत करते हैं. Source of our happiness. 90% hard work people earn money so that they can have a bigger home, more comfortable, everything. Beyond the point, it doesn't add actually happiness because these are very transient happiness. Happiness that can give. You had good food, you are going to enjoy it till your next bad meal. So yesterday night you had very good food, but today morning breakfast was bad. You are not going to be happy for yesterday night's dinner. They can have a bigger, more comfortable, very transient. So second kind of happiness, which is little more sustained and little more useful, is your happiness of getting involved into something complete. Now it could be cooking, making tea, music, reading a book, dancing, teaching, doing research, writing a research paper, anything. When I'm completely involved, it's a happy experience. And that's the second kind of happiness which stays with us for a long time because it brings you some fulfillment. You feel good about you, that I have done something good. And it stays with you. The third kind of happiness is happiness which comes with sense of purpose, where you go much beyond your own needs. And you do something for larger good. And that stays with you the longest. That's the second kind of happiness. So, I was talking about once you figure out what I want after doing the self-inquiry, the second important aspect which will require you to do stress-free work is please define the package. What you will get for doing what you have chosen. Package of being a doctor, package of being a teacher, package of being a homemaker, package of being a sports person. Everybody will get the package. What's the meaning of package? I'm not talking about your CTC. I'm not talking about that. What you will get for it is much beyond it. Satisfaction, and there are in everything. Whatever you choose, it's not that you are going to like everything about it. It will come with its own package. I remember I was fresh after I was working as a DMO in one of the corporates, and during one of the night duties, one senior cardiologist was also on the duty, and I was in the cardiology department. So my work was any critical patient comes, I was the first attending. Just take the case and then call the senior. Or so there was a heart attack patient. We stabilized the senior cardiologist came. After stabilizing him about 1:30 a.m., he asked me, Dr. Modi, could you join me for a coffee? I was so happy because he was very senior cardiologist. I was just a junior, just passed out, MBBS passed out, fresher, and so happy to have a coffee with such a senior cardiology consultant. I told, yes sir, it will be pleasure. After we went to canteen, night about 1:30, we are having coffee. And then he asked me a very simple question. Where do you think what it takes to become cardiologist? Yes sir, I completely appreciate it. What do you think, how is my life? How good it is. He didn't give me a hint that whether he's talking positively or negatively. I was just thinking, it's a great life. You are cardiologist. You are few thousand in the country of 150 crores. It's a purely privileged place. You earn a lot of money, okay, more comfortable than any other profession or most other professions. You have a lot of respect, and he was a very senior cardiologist who has an army of juniors below him who could handle a lot of his work, and with his name, fame, patients came. So he had that status as well. Then you have very deep work satisfaction, especially as a cardiologist, because you save patients literally in front of your eyes. Somebody who is dying and you did something and now this person is going to live. And this privilege is not even to the president and prime minister. This is only to doctors, and among doctors also more to a cardiologist. That satisfaction is unimaginable. I was thinking it's a great life, like what more somebody would think. But then it started his story. Somebody who's dying today, you see, even someday after working so hard, and this every 8th day I have to come and sleep in hospital for my night duty. I'm not able to spend enough time with my kids. Even in vacations, my phone keeps ringing. Patients have become really argumentative and it's become very challenging to explain them even simple things because they come with a lot of doubts in mind. Basically, I got a hint from him that he's not happy. For me, it was a question कि ये DM cardiologist अगर खुश नहीं है तो what should I be? I am just MBBS. अभी तो मुझे PG करना है, super PG करना है, क्या क्या करना है? And like he's 20 years ahead of me, and if he is not happy, then why should I go on that path? And this question came to me: what actually makes someone feel fulfilled and happy? It's not a cardiologist. And that's where I realized that it's not about what you do. It's not also about what you like to do. Because even if you get into what you like to do, there will be so many things which you would not like to do. But you have to do. That's the package which comes. And a mature person accepts the package and say, I take it wholeheartedly. Then you get the attitude of dealing with the challenges that profession brings or that relationship brings. I want to marry someone, but I don't want to own the responsibility. It's the package which comes. And I want to get into a career, but I just want to do it in my own way without being responsible to anything. Not going to happen. I want to be a doctor, but night time nobody should call me. No. You're a cardiologist, you country has invested so much into you, night time when somebody is in trouble, you ought to go and attend. Because yes, it is, your privacy is getting disturbed, but that's how it is. That's the package of a doctor. So I am an employee somewhere. I do my work sincerely. I am good at my work, I love my work, I come on time, I go on time, but I don't want office politics. I don't want favoritism. I want holidays when I need. नहीं होगा. We are not in an ideal world. I am dealing with people like you can think of any top companies there like Google, Amazon. I have dealt with them, and there is office politics there. There is favoritism there. There is senior doing discrimination there. Wherever human being is there, वहाँ politics होगा, including our homes. It will be there. मेरे बॉस मेरी बात नहीं सुनते हैं. आई आज तुम्हारा बेटा सुनता है? तो पहले बेटे को समझाओ. बॉस बहुत दूर है. So I have to understand that no matter what I choose, it will come in a package. And I am going to tell myself, I accept the package. You can't tell me, Dr. Modi, give me a coin of 10 rupees, but just give me only head, not tail. No. वो head के साथ tail आएगा ही. So teaching करना है, teaching पसंद है. Definitely you love teaching. You love to help kids. Yeah, but corrections करना शायद पसंद है. There are so many other duties you don't like. और unnecessary formalities university में ये भेजो, वो सब करना है पसंद नहीं, करना पड़ेगा. It's a package. I have to accept it. And it is an increased challenge for women folks. क्योंकि no matter how much you are doing here, there is something more expected from you at other duties you don't like. और unnecessary. अब आपको double package accept करना है. वो सब करना है पसंद नहीं. And why I am telling you to accept the package? Because acceptance and it is a changes in negative emotion into a positive emotion. If I deal with something with a sense of acceptance, I am able to bring out some positive attributes out of me. Let's say you are my colleague and you come with a sweet box to me, Dr. Modi, why? What happened? अरे मुझे promotion मिल गया. Now I'm not able to accept that. इनको कैसे promotion आया? मैं इतने दिन से बैठा हूँ. अभी क्या होगा? I'm not going to be happy. I may that sweet will taste sour. You are my colleague, and you come with because I am dealing with this news with a non-acceptance. Let's say I'm going to accept it. Now I'm not able to accept it. This could become a source of inspiration. Young fellow just came last year, got promotion. I must learn from him. I should do something. There must be something which I should do. दिमाग में फिर भी स्टोरी आएगी नहीं फेवरेटिज्म है कुछ है but still I have to tell that if I accept only I can turn it into positive. Imagine this could become a source of inspiration. This AC got stressed. I must learn from him. So imagine if you are traveling somewhere in car, it's evening time. And you're enjoying this nice weather. It's about 6 p.m. It's about to get dark, and you're passing through a half jungle. and suddenly the car tire punctures. So you are not able to accept it. Oh, it's getting dark, it's jungle. अभी क्या होगा? Puncture हो गया. I don't know how to change step. I have never done it. You are not able to accept this incident. What happens? Fear, the negative emotion. All negative thought comes. All the bad news which you have read, it will come to your mind. It will happen. Let's say you deal with the same situation with sudden acceptance. Yes, fear to फिर भी होगा, but sudden acceptance. Oh, today something nice. Jungle में मंगल. I have this thing, and this will be a nice experience, nice adventure to share with my kids. That I went into this, and then this now I came out. You just turned in dealt with the situation with certain acceptance, and the same situation turned into an adventure. So any dangerous situation with acceptance, adventure. You go to hear any, big merry-go-round or somewhere, some people are scared, not able to accept. It becomes fear. Some people are able to accept. It becomes adventure. People who are accepting, they also get fear, but they are dealing with it with acceptance, and that's why it's a positive emotion. So many times your stress can be held by defining the challenge correctly. If you define the challenge correctly, if you accept that this is how the package is, and I accept it. If you tell, rather than saying to yourself, let me see who supports me, let me see who, क्या होता है इसमें? You are immediately dependent on the world outside. A lot of expectations you have created. I think fellow is ready to support me, he should support me, she should support me, I supported her, so now it's her turn. You'll have lots of expectations. But with these expectations, you are also created a danger. When these expectations are not met, there is some negative emotion, some stress. What should I do? In order to motivate myself, instead of asking, let me see who supports me. Can I ask, let me see who stops me? Who stops me? Not for confrontation. I am not suggesting that. I am suggesting just from a thought process of this simple thing that if somebody supports is good. Somebody doesn't support also, I am ready to do what it takes. We are here in Vivekananda College. One of the Vivekananda's thought was, take complete responsibility of what you are doing. And it shifts the game completely. The moment you take complete responsibility, you go to your home and you find that bed is in complete mess. But you have owned complete responsibility. I have no hopes from my husband, I have no hopes from my kids, therefore मुझे ही करना है. So you don't waste your time in criticizing or anything. आपको मालूम है कि ऐसे ही है. And suddenly your mind changes and you are able to deal with it nicely. But let's say you are not able to accept it. You are not taking responsibility. Then what happens? It is more of criticism and more of dependence. I know what's coming in your mind. But sir, if I take complete responsibility, those who don't work, they will enjoy even further. And suddenly your mind changes and you are able to deal. आ रहा है नहीं दिमाग में? But let's say you are not able to. ये सब थोड़े समय के लिए होता है. Those who don't work, they are enjoying. But it's matter of time. In few days, few months, if he's very lucky or she's very lucky, maybe a few years. After that, there's going to be a full stop. And what extra work you have done, that's going to add so much in your capability, in your personality, that its dividends will come much later, but much more and much longer. Because you are becoming a person who is much beyond the environmental control. If the environment keeps controlling me, I don't have control on what I do. I keep getting speed breakers in my life and I keep getting into stressful situations. I have shared this many times with some of you might be aware. The story where we got stuck in a car on a signal. I mean, me and some of my doctor friends. And we were very happily discussing something about a business, medical tourism business. We were very happy. And our car stops at Paradise Signal. And there comes a beggar, a young beggar. He knocks the windshield and he asks my friend who was driving. He asked him, "Bhaiya, kuch de do. Give me some money." Since we were busy in discussion, very happily engrossed into our future plans of business, he told, "Bhaiya, aage jao." He didn't want to disturb the flow of our discussion. So he told that boy, "Aage jao." Now this beggar boy, before leaving, he just made a simple comment. What was the comment? Tu to marega. What was the comment? Tu to marega. You like very casually. He spoke that and he just walked away. And my friend who was driving car, he couldn't handle it. You know, how dare this fellow curse like this just because I didn't give him money? He wanted to literally get down and catch hold of him. What was the comment? We somehow controlled that. Better if I didn't want to get into the argument with him. And then our discussion started why we shouldn't give money to these beggars. Look at him, young boy. If you give money, it would encourage them further and they'll never work. He should be shameful. Why is he not working hard? Why is he begging? All that. Literally get down and catch hold. Then I thought I could see that he was suddenly not feeling comfortable. And then when I look at this beggar, he was busy with his next line. And for a moment I thought, we all 5 of us doctors, we were discussing about our business. We were happy. This beggar came for his business. His business he didn't succeed. He simply made one statement. All of us doctors, we stopped discussing our business, we started discussing begging business. And this beggar is going and talking with his next client. Who is a fool? We the doctors or that person who may not be even literate. That means what an external environment got better of me. And that is staying in my mind now. It has taken some important moments of my life. And instead of positive emotion, it has turned it into negative emotion. So the crux of what I want to convey to you is, if you move with acceptance, if you define the package, what you are choosing, by default, your ability to deal with many negative incidents, micro incidents, would increase tremendously. If I accept you have 2 kids, you deal with 2 kids differently because you know this fellow is like this and this fellow is like this. You know the person's package. If I tell him like this is how it is. This person is very sensitive, I have to tell like this. Since you know, you deal with them in the same way. Because you understand the package, how to deal. Your husband is also same. Your wife is also same. Everybody has a package. That person is like that. If I understand that person completely as a package, I accept them with their positive attributes and some not so likable attributes. But sir, with this they will never change. Ab tak koi change. Have they changed in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years? They've been trying. The change doesn't come by continuous highlighting of what is lacking in you, even though it is coming from a good view. Somebody is telling me, Vivek, you should do this, Vivek, you should do this. I know this person is my well-wisher, and that's why he's continuously telling me. But if continuously somebody is telling only something which is negative, does it encourage me to correct, or does it makes me feel bad? Or does it discourage me? I know the intentions are right. I know the person is telling right. The person wants me to improve. That's why he's telling. But still, somewhere I don't feel motivated to do it. I'm asking, what are we doing with our kids? What are we doing with our spouse? What are we doing with our colleagues and our students? I know that we are concerned, and that's why we sometimes find nooks. And teacher's eye is always कहाँ गलती है? That's how our eyes are, right? पूरा सब कुछ सही है, एक spelling mistake है, directly your eyes go there. That's how we are trained. But we need to go little above, little beyond it. We need to understand how can I positively influence this person, so that the person feels motivated to get correct, so that the person creates ambition, and that builds a positive environment around you. That's how we are trained. Vivekananda's this incident. Josephine McLeod, one of she's called Friends of Vivekananda or Disciple of Vivekananda, very rich lady, well read, very fashionable, well travelled. She says at one place, when I met Tsar of Russia, I don't know whether it was Tsar of Russia or some other place, but she says something like that. When I met the Tsar of Russia, I realized how great he is. And that day I realized how small and insignificant I am. I used to think, I know this, I know that, I have read so many books, I have travelled so much, I follow Paris fashion. But after looking at this man, I realized I am nothing. And then she goes on to say, when I met Swami Vivekananda, I realized how great he is. And I also realized how great I am. I used to think I know. You see the difference? I've read so many books. One teacher can make you feel you're nothing. I got so bad. You have to improve. And this person feels, oh, my teacher is so good. Look at her skills. Look at her knowledge. I am nothing. You're not saying untrue. You're not saying with bad intention. You just want the person to realize. But please understand, beyond a point that doesn't help. Criticism can help only so much. Beyond a point, it actually backfires. It creates a resistance where a person refuses to listen. So what I have to do instead, I have to help that person to find what is good in it. What is possible. He's not good in my subject, okay, he's good in something. She's not good at my subject, but she is good at something. Before I tell him again and again what needs to improve in my subject, can I tell that person, I really appreciate his capability of doing this or that. Some other subject, maybe handwriting, maybe discipline, maybe physics, maybe communication skills, something will be good in every person, yes, no. Can I create an attitude? And this should almost be like a practice. I feel this should be made as a part of lesson plan for everyone today. Which are the 5 students I am going to appreciate and what are their qualities which I have found out? I am not telling you to bluff it. Genuinely, do I even make effort to find out what is the good quality of this boy, of this girl? And can I introduce that boy to his or her good quality and let him know that I really appreciate that? And if I do that a few times, slowly you will see that their resistance reduces and they become more receptive to your other suggestions. You earn your right of criticism by continuously giving them a positive feedback. Then your criticism gets much value. But here we are talking about stress management. Why are we talking about let's not others get into stress? Because when you create this attitude in yourself, you see the world around you becomes positive. It's more of changing your glasses. If at all anybody is thinking, but my husband is like this, but my wife is like this, but my kids are like this, but my boss is like this, but my colleague is like this, please understand you cannot change the world. If you think for stress management, people around you have to change. Then you can work for years together, nothing will happen. You can't change people beyond a point. The only thing in my hand is me. I cannot change that pattern. I have to change my response to that pattern. Viktor Frankl, the author of a very popular book called Man's Search for Meaning. Some of you may have read it. He says between stimulus and response, there is a gap. And in that gap lies the freedom to choose. The question is, do you exercise that freedom? Between stimulus, Tuto Marega, stimulus, very popular book called Man's Search for Meaning. Response, I have to hit it. There was a gap in between. Did you decide to ignore, hey, this beggar shouldn't take better of me. I have to think of my needs. Let's discuss. That was conditions. Reflex. What we say that Bell experiment with dog. Yes. So Pavlovian reflex we all have. Reflexes are useful. There is a reptilian brain which is useful for us to protect in certain situation. But when you bring it into your thinking and everything becomes reactive, then there is a lot of regret. Missed opportunities. I could have done like this, but I didn't. I could have spoken like this, but I didn't. I could have reacted like this or responded like this, but I didn't. Those thoughts come. Now the last point. To protect in certain situation. Yes.
So there is this call getting practical thing that I want to ask. You just told us that there should be acceptance.
I could have done like this.
You just told us that there should be acceptance in personal life as well as professional life. I believe both of them are connected. So I just want to ask you, and this is, I also want to know, to what extent is acceptance okay? Because you do it in personal life, you accept, you become detached. If you do not expect anything from anybody, like you said, spouse, child, you become detached, you do not need anything from anybody, you are self-involved. Now coming to professional life, if you accept everything, you are not, you're just mentoring colleagues, they don't take you seriously, you become a country club leader. Now they always say that change is hurtful. Anything that changes is hurtful. People are never happy with change. So how much of stress is okay and how much of stress is not okay? And if we say no stress is okay, then there will never be any change.
I think it's a very valid question and it is a very practical challenge, right? It's easy to tell about accept, but when it comes to practical life, how difficult it is, we know. When we say we are accepting something doesn't mean we are stopping our efforts to correct it. I'm not suggesting that. Nowhere that's suggesting. I am just isolating myself from emotionally getting hurt from these external triggers. I'm not spoiling myself. When we say we are accepting something doesn't mean we are like a catalyst. Without getting, we don't have to change, but we have to bring changes around. True, true. So work like a catalyst. Here, in a way, I would suggest. See, let's say my son is not listening to me. I'm just giving a very common example to anyone, and it could be a colleague, it could be anyone. Again and again I tell, it doesn't speak, doesn't listen. Now, there's one session I take in conflict management. There's one aspect I tell to everyone. There are three kinds of things which you can find problem with. One is the other person is not doing the work because he doesn't want to do it. It's an attitude problem. I'm just giving a very common. Oh, maybe he's escaping. काम चोरी जिसको हम बोलते हैं, doesn't want to. Now, second thing, maybe the person doesn't have the skill to do it. Three kinds of things which you can. I want him to finish it in 2 days, but that person is not capable enough to finish it. It's not this. Third, maybe he doesn't have the exposure, the knowledge. Maybe he's escaping. एक में उसको आता ही नहीं है. That is knowledge part. I don't know. Third, I know, but I have never done it, so I don't have the skill. And the second and the third one is I don't want to do. I could do it anytime, but मेरा mood नहीं है. I don't want to do. Why should I do? Somebody else should do. What will happen if I don't do? That's the attitude. If the problem is at third level, attitude level, then it's a bad problem. I know, but I have never done it, so I don't have the. Now, your explanations of you should do like this, your trainings will not work because it requires attitude shift. And you are simply hitting your head against the wall. What will happen if I do? It's not going to happen. Now here, if you invest your emotions, you are spoiling your health based on somebody's lethargy. It's not an ideal situation, but if I don't accept this, if I don't understand it, I am going to waste only my time and my health. My suggestion here is accept that this is the situation I have got. Now do what I can do best. Hey, I have to communicate well. Should I take it to my seniors? I am neither taking it to seniors, I am not communicating, but day by day I am thinking, why he is like this, why she is like this. I am going to only spoil my health. I am going to reduce my own productivity, which will not be helpful. Stress management doesn't mean all the problems around you. This is a common challenge people have. That whenever we think of stress, people think of all those people because of whom stress is coming in their life. And they are somehow wishing they should attend the session. Okay? I should not attend. See, people are laughing, I read their mind. Every person thinks like that. Yeah.
In terms of student perspective, I'm asking two questions. So, as you mentioned, being casual versus being conscious. So, I'm bringing the concept called consciousness here over casualness. So, how long does it work? This is the question.
Yes, so it does work. These mindfulness practices improve your conscious choice making, where you are more aware. Like situationally, your presence is better. That requires that mindfulness practice. If mindfulness is nothing but watching your breathing for some time, non-movement. It's not pranayama, it's just watching, observation. When you do this regularly, there are some research, which says even if you do it for 100 minutes cumulative, it brings certain measurable difference in your ability to be present and give a conscious response. But the second important thing is, it has only limited value. Beyond a point, it doesn't work. Your environment will always beat your willpower. So, the second important thing is, I have to align the environment to my goals. That is what I have to choose. Let me give an example. When I came out of my profession as a working as a CEO to getting into professional speaking, one of the things I did is I made a list of all those people and organizations and clubs where I can meet other professional speakers, trainers, etc. And I told myself in next 100 days, you are going to meet as many as possible of all these people. You are going to spend time with them. You are going to attend the meetings, go to the club, have dinner parties with them. You do that. Why? Because my world was full of doctors, full of people from pharma industry, admin, and imagine if I just kept my world in that way, that I am every day meeting my doctor friends and discussing about that, and here I am day in and day out slogging out for becoming a professional speaker. My mind is fighting against an environment That environment says me, see, it's so easy to be doctor and make money. And here I'm fighting it out in a different way. This environment is not telling me that what it looks like to be a successful professional speaker. So I chose an environment. I placed myself into an environment where I can hit as many other successful speakers as possible. So that it gives me an environment where I feel that what decision I have made is good. And it becomes easy for me to flow with the aligned flow. I'm aligning myself to the flow. So I have to choose that flow which is going in the direction or which is supporting my direction. So here it's important that while I have to become conscious, I have to improve my focus, my mental practices. It's very important, for especially for students, to see that what is my company, what type of friends I have, how do they talk, are they getting into habit of using foul language, are they casually lying, are they not sincere or serious about their goals. If I get into such company, I'm likely to become that, no matter how intelligent I am. So I have to choose my friends very carefully. If my goal is to become an IAS officer, I must find out people who are having similar aspirations. Choose that company. And once I choose that company, I increase my chance. That's the easiest way to actually fight.
Thank you, sir. Another question. So sorry for bothering you.
Oh, it's time.
So yeah, how long escapism will work and handle the stress management in any profession, like from student to profession?
It doesn't simply. Escapism will create a crisis. It's a matter of time. And that crisis creates two kinds of results. One, people simply give up, resign, they keep blaming the entire world, except themselves, except willing the responsibility, and they quit. Second, it creates a moment of epiphany. That enough, and now onwards, I am going to do this. Because they have hit the rock bottom, now they cannot go below it. So there comes a change, drastic change. And then their life takes a new shape. The important thing is not to wait for that moment. We can do it much later. It creates a moment of epiphany.
Thank you, sir.
Enough. Yes. Now onwards.
Sir, good afternoon. This is actually on behalf of my son, which he asked me. So he wanted to be himself, but the expectations from different group of people are different. Maybe parents, teachers, or his friends, or anybody outside. So there are so many factors which is not allowing him to decide on what he actually wants to do. So that is even more confusing. He is in his first year. So that's
First year is a time to be confused.
no, I feel that he's asking me questions because I didn't feel that till 10th standard. Allowing him, but once we have gone to inter, I could find the change in the way he is questioning back when I tell him about anything or what
That's good.
happened outside and all that. So
I think that's good that he's inquiring. At that stage of life, staying confused for a few years is not such a bad thing. That's an important learning phase. Only thing he has to explore, let's say, he has to explore self, as you told, that is to understand what do I want? Am I a people person? Do I want to get into research, academics? Am I outgoing? Like on extroversion, where do I stand? Extrovert or introvert? Openness. There are many personalities. Where do I stand on that? And based on that, what are the options? And even after that, he will not know what is right and what is wrong. So after that, there is a time period of exploration. Let me explore this. Let me do an internship here. Let me do that for 2 months, 3 months. This will be a period of uncertainty for good 2-3 years, and it takes that much time. And I don't think we should feel bad for that. In fact, you should feel happy that at least he has become conscious of this. That I am doing it, because most of the youth today, I don't see that. They're too busy in their Instagram. They simply forgotten the other thing. This is okay. And some discomfort at this level is okay. I just go to her and then come to you. She should feel fast. In fact, you should feel happy that at least
Sir, with the insights or what perspective you would have to share, I'm curious to know if there is any bit of nuance on how the social context shapes people. For instance, we were talking about being in flow, having an acceptance approach to, everyday life. I'm thinking about the speed breakers that different people from different sections could have. So, is there like a nuance where it's different for different people, and
that does not question their individualistic abilities, but the fact that your social context shapes you. Thinking about this.
True, social context has a huge bearing upon all of us. It goes without saying. And as you told, different individuals have different because of their environment again and their own, differences, innate differences. They will go through that. The important aspect here is graduating, maturing to a point where you learn to deal with a rejection of the world in a mature way and stop seeking validation in everything. If that doesn't happen, go through that. Irrespective of the environment, you can go in good company, bad company, very liberal kind of environment and very conservative, doesn't matter. You would still be looking for validation. You would still be looking for people, are they clapping for me or not? For example, let's say, I'm not sure whether I'm pinpointedly able to address your query because it's a broad one. But I would like to give an example here. You invited your friends at home. You're good at your culinary skills. You cook really good biryani, let's say, here in Hyderabad. So you prepare for biryani nicely and you have spent a lot of time and with a lot of interest you have made the best biryani possible. Your friends came and they all enjoyed the biryani and went off. Without saying biryani bahut acha hai. Now, it's very natural that we would like to listen some appreciation, some compliments. You cook really well, thank you so much. All that we would like to listen. Everybody would like to get appreciation. That's fine. That's nothing wrong. That's a normal human expectation. But maturity is, if somebody didn't appreciate me, it's very natural that it shouldn't disturb me beyond a point. I shouldn't become bitter. I shouldn't find motive behind it. ये तो मेरे से जलता है. This fellow is jealous. That's why he's not taking it. If it is disturbing, let's say even if that person was jealous, the point is you notice it, and you lost your mental peace. So I would like to put it this way: craving for appreciation, craving, not normal appreciation. Craving is a follower's thought process. It's not a leader's thought process. If you are a leader, and you would learn to deal with differences. You would learn to deal with, I decided something, but people didn't like for appreciation. But my decision is based on my conviction and not because I wanted to get some claps. In fact, this was one thing which I used to teach in Train the Trainers to many teachers and trainers, that please see, your role is not to please your students. I saw this practice in some of the places where the trainer would go or the teacher would go, and because at the end of the session the students have to give their ratings, so these people spend their time in joking around and giving them all the freedom, and you enjoy, so they get good ratings. I think that's not being a good teacher. Okay, students have no role of giving marks to you. Your more important thing is, even if it is bitter, even if it is hard, can you place it in a way by removing their resistance and contemplating that what my teacher is telling, I think it is worth listening, although it is hurtful. If I can do that, then I am a worthy teacher. If I just want claps, then I am not a leader. I am a person who is just looking for claps, and that makes me beggar. Actually, the point we start looking for claps, for validation, for somebody's appreciation, that is the point we are losing our freedom, because we are living for the world then. We are, all our decisions, the way we dress, the way we do things, everything is shaped by the society in that way. I am not saying become a rebel. Society comes with its own beauty, with its own offering, and it has nurtured us a lot. Although it's a fashion today to just label everything cultural in a very low manner. But I feel no, it has its own beauty and its own support system. But we need to understand that my freedom comes when I mature enough to say that what I think of myself, that matters more than what people think of me. When I achieve that mature status, then I am able to navigate myself despite differences. But I feel no, it has its own beauty.
If I'm allowed to add, I'm just sitting with the thought that sometimes we can only look into ourselves or within to explore deeper when we have that basic sense of safety in the world around us. Otherwise, our brain is wired, our nervous system is wired to work in survival. So that's the nuance I'm sitting with. The fact that as a society, if there is a sense of safety, we can explore this. Because this is a good mindset to have. But for unfortunately many communities in our society, that's not there.
True.
Which is why the conflict arises.
I agree. I agree. There is definitely misuse of certain status, certain power what society gives, and it happens. And operation suppression is part of human game. It will happen everywhere, and I don't see a nefarious design behind it. It just happens. It's the nature of human. It happens. We cannot just blame society. It happens in organizations. Very liberal organizations, they do cancel culture. They don't want to listen to somebody who doesn't agree. It happens everywhere. The important point here, what I have to tell is, again I come back to the same thing. I have to take the full responsibility. I know society is suppressing. I know this. It needs preparation. It needs. I have to tell myself. I become so good that world will not be able to ignore me beyond a point. And that requires preparation. And this preparation is not an easy part. So what happens? The easier part, psychological safety, what we think is, we start blaming. I'm not saying that blaming is wrong. What you are stating may be right. Maybe my husband really doesn't support me. Maybe my colleagues don't support me. Maybe there is an issue at the organization. That's fine. But what am I doing about it? Am I fighting it out, or am I just getting into victim mode? I often tell it, the day I accept that I am a victim, I actually become victim. Because of this, I could not do. If I internally am prepared enough, ये सब होता रहेगा. I have to get on my way. You read Jyoti Reddy, you read Arunima Sana, you read all these girls. How have they come from a daily wage laborer to owning a company in US in 10 years? Coming from a conservative family, some family in Warangal, working day morning to evening for 5 rupees, with the 2 kids in her hand at 16 years of age. Small Naresh having no education, no support system, family being very conservative. From there to taking a determined decision that I have lived this life, I will not my daughter live, not let them live the same life. And in 10 years, getting into US and owning a company in 15 years, and now becoming a philanthropist. This is a story of a girl from this place. And there are many such people I see. Yes, they require extraordinary grit, they require extraordinary determination, but what I find a common factor is they own the responsibility. I don't leave it to my husband, I don't leave it to anyone. I'm doing it. And after that, what happens? There is tremendous strength because your presence comes. See, whenever you say whatever it takes, attitude comes. Your strength is doubles. If I just ask you one question, what can you do for your mother? One word answer. One word answer. What can you do for your children? One word answer. Everything or anything. Yes, no? You don't say I can do this, I cannot do this. Because you are completely there. That my life is for them, I am going to do it. I ask them, can you say similar thing for your cause? For career. What can I do for this? Anything. Because 2 घंटे extra काम करना पड़ेगा. So what? I do everything or anything. The moment that attitude comes, the energy comes. Stress goes. I get into action mode rather than keep on analyzing and keep on blaming. How much time and energy we waste in blaming? I'm not saying that blaming is wrong. Maybe you're right in your assessment, but it's taking away our energy. It's building stress. It's hitting us at our health. I couldn't discuss the paucity of time. One aspect is our health. That is a big source of stress. Just 2-3 things I'll tell in 1 minute. One, cut down as much as possible sugar. White sugar, any plain carbohydrate, maida, bread, samosas, biscuits, what you have with your tea, all those things. If you don't cut down, it's going to trigger tremendous source of inflammation in India. It is that simple carbohydrate. Even a lot of white rice without having a lot of veggies. You do it. Bad. That's one. Number 2, see that you are sleeping well. At least 6 to 8 hours. Ideally it is 8 hours, I should say, as a doctor, but 6 to 8 hours. People are not sleeping even 6 hours. It is one of the huge cause of increased inflammation, getting metabolic disorder. Your diabetes, one of the big reasons. Just check when you have slept well, when you have not slept well. Your FBS will change, your fasting blood sugar will change. At least just on sleep. Third thing, hydration. Please see that you are drinking enough water. Now in summertime, ensure that you are hydrating yourself minimum 4 liters. And here in summertime, maybe even more if you are sweating. These are simple things, but they go a long way. 50% of our teenage children in India are anemic. How can we tell them don't have stress when their bodies don't support? Please see that you are We need that basic support for them. So that, and the last thing, exercise 150 minutes a week. At least twice a week, some strength exercise, and thrice a week, some kind of aerobic exercise, maybe jogging fast, walking, of course, yoga for your flexibility and stretching. It reduces your unnecessary injuries, your back injury, your neck injury, which comes from prolonged sitting. All those frequent headaches, all those things happen because we are ergonomically not keeping our body in right way. We are not standing right, we are not sitting in a right way, we are not sleeping in a correct posture. All these things are simple life hacks, but they go a long way. If you are sleeping and keeping your mouth open while sleeping, if you are snoring too much, you need to take care of it. Just by keeping your mouth closed, you increase oxygenation so much and it improves your health drastically. A lot of people are having that. In fact, you can keep a small tape here. Just a small tape. It looks very dreadful, but you can keep a small tape here so that your only nasal breathing happens. Deep, slow, smooth, rhythmic breathing. This is one simplest, lowest hanging fruit which everyone should include in his life for at least 10 minutes. Deep, slow, smooth, rhythmic. 4 to 6 breath, deep breath with slow expiration. Okay, your inspiration is 5 seconds, expiration could be 10, 12 seconds, as much as you can. And in a rhythm, for 10 minutes a day, it increases your HRV, it reduces your insulin, it reduces your inflammation, it improves your insulin sensitivity. All these are established facts. And these are simple things, it doesn't take money. Anytime I can do deep, slow, smooth, rhythmic breathing. And one last point, all of you, can you take a deep breath? Take a deep breath. Now tell me, is your tummy is out or in? How many of you say your tummy is out when you are taking a deep breath? Raise your hands. How many of you say your tummy went in when you took a deep breath? So that's not deep breath. If your tummy went in, that's not deep breath. This is what people commit a mistake. When you're breathing deep, your tummy should come out, your chest should come out, everything should come out completely. That's when the lower part of lungs get oxygen. Simple mistake, if you can avoid, it improves qualitative result in your pranayama. Okay, I think with this I should stop. Thank you so much for such patient listening. Questions are there. You are giving stress to people now. Everything should come out completely. That's when the lower part of lungs get oxygen.
Can we substitute meditation with the sleep? Because I read in one book, however, the purpose of sleeping is getting energy to survive further. In same case, in meditation, we will get more than the energy which we will get in sleep. And when I implemented the same thing, if I do meditation for half an hour, I could able to reduce my sleep for 2 hours.
See, it's very subjective how somebody takes the word meditation. What do you exactly mean by meditation? There are now hundreds of varieties of it. And how exactly you are doing it, what's happening in your brain, it's very subjective. So I cannot give a blanket answer for everyone. You have to go with your experience. If you actually feel energetic, if your blood markers shows that you're fine, your cortisol levels are reducing and it's not increasing even after reducing your sleep and replacing it with meditation, then you're okay. But if you see that, no, I'm just thinking that, we can sometimes fool ourselves into something. Yeah, so if it is, you see, and objectively it is happening, then it's fine. But it's not applicable for everyone. Levels are reducing and it's not increasing even after reducing your sleep and replacing it with meditation, then you're okay. But if you see that, no, I'm just thinking that, we can sometimes fool ourselves into something. Yeah, so if it is,
good afternoon to all of you. David Modi sir is here. First of all, I would like to thank him very much because it is at very short notice that we have asked him and he has obliged us very with a short notice. And I think last 1.5 hour talk was there. Hope it has reduced the stress in you. Because I'm back again, you will get the stress again all the time. So I will not negate, I want to negate it. But just want to share an experience. 5-6 years back, we went to Ramakrishna and every faculty member used to go. Right? All faculty members, one day they used to go to Ramakrishna and we were having some sessions, meditation. One session was Sir's lecture. At the end of the lecture, I asked Sir, you are selling. So you have a lot of expectations, sometimes they will not be satisfied, you should not be stressed. And at the end of the session I asked, Sir, I am working so much, day in, day out. I never ask my management any time relaxations. But I'm not getting my salary increments. What should I do? You have a lot of experience. And he told me, just raise your hand like this once. Or at the end of the session, I asked. Then he asked me to tap. So good boy. I remember 6 years back he told me this. It works out. Yes, people do have expectations. When you're working in an organization, you want salaries to be incremented, you want less time to work, you want less stress, you want more holidays. Maybe there is a saying that after I took over, the holidays are reduced. It works out. I'll just say simple. I'll add to what sir said. When any situation you either react, realize, or reason. Reaction is not good. That is where you get the stress. And last 2 years I have practically observed this. Right? So either you realize or you reason. That is simple. How you go about it, your approach. How you reduce your stress. Beggar comes, knocks your door, he asks money. You know very well that if you don't give money, he will curse you. And last 2 years I have practically observed. Right? Now you have a situation. Right? If you have money, please give it. Either you realize or you reason. Everyone is in such situation where I think we can spare some amount of money when we travel. Give it. He will definitely praise you. Knocks your door. Right? Otherwise, as I said, don't react. But don't get down and try to beat him. That's not a solution, definitely. Right? Either that is reaction, the reason, realize. Give money or say, assume that in such situation where. Thank you very much, sir, for taking the time and reducing the stress here. So, on behalf of the management, I will thank you and thank you very much for accepting it. But don't get down and try to beat him.
Thank you, sir, for your experience.
Either that is reaction, the reason, realize. Give money or say, assume that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Vivek, sir, for your sharing valuable insights on stress management and your practical approach and deep understanding how truly helped us and gain a new perspective on handling stress effectively. Now, I would like to request Mr. Guruprasad, sir, to extend a heartfelt gratitude to the Earth Resource Plus program. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Vivek, sir, for your sharing valuable insights on stress management and your practical approach and deep understanding how truly helped us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Guru Prasad from Department of Commerce. It is my privilege to propose vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank our esteemed speaker, Dr. Vivek Modi, for his enlightening presentation on stress management, our event organizers, and our sponsors. And I would like to thank attendees for their participation. Thank you all. Thank you. It is my privilege to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we will have a lunch break. Immediately after lunch, again we will have eye-opening session. Thank you. Do attend.
And our sponsors. And I would like to thank attendees for their participation. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we will have a lunch break. Immediately after lunch, again we will have eye-opening session.
All faculty members, one group with all participants,
Let's say that we because if you say again 8th, 9th, that the reporting people will take care of.
सर मैंने फोन हाँ चार्ज हो रहा है 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 हाँ चार्ज हो रहा है
Testing, hello. Hello, hello. Testing, hello.